So putting your faith in Jesus is about what? It's not about the way you act, or it's partially about the way you act?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. So he says, if you love me, you'll follow my commandments. Love God with your mind, soul, and mind, heart, and soul, and love your neighbor. Um, and then if we just believe we put our sins onto him and believe in him, and we do the work of what he's asked us, our instructions, I think we'll be on a pretty good path. Um, Now there's bad seeds in everywhere, so
Do you think it's possible that someone can follow the teachings of Jesus without believing that Jesus is God
oh
and
yeah,
then
hundred
still be
percent.
saved?
Oh, and be saved. Um, Now, do they know who Jesus is, like explicitly? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, did I get removed? No, I'm tripping. I'm right here. Sorry.
No, you're here.
Um, Sorry. I thought I looked up. I didn't see myself.
I guess it depends by whose account.
Right. I think that is very case to case. I think if someone explicitly knows, like for example, I'll just use you guys as an example. Let's say you guys are very great people, nice people, as I'm seeing, and but you guys have rejected Christ, for example. I don't know if you do or not, but
I have never rejected Christ. I was
right.
a
Yeah, I was gonna
Christian
say like I
pastor.
don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was a Christian pastor.
Right. So I think the ones who end up not if they don't know, I think God is just and he will handle the ones who just don't know, or even maybe let's say the Muslims, even though let's say they only stuck to the Quran and they're just like, hey man, like you never really got the fair shot. I don't know exactly. I think he'll know by their heart, and there might be the ones who did reject. I don't know. See that's a thing that I truly don't know.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That is strikes me as being a humble answer, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. I'd like to think that's it. Um, that's all.
Yeah, it sounds like your concept of justice and mercy would lead you to believe that that would be the case.
Yeah.
What if the Bible doesn't support that?
Um, I mean that's I get at the end of the day, it's up to that judgment that day. Now the Bible is not going to support that. Um, so I can only like biblically agree that the Bible is not going to support that. So, but in terms of me, like in Jesus, like I have no idea. But the Bible I know does not support what I just said. Correct.
Why do you think it's a possibility that God might have given humanity the Bible, God's words, but not made it clear in the Bible these kinds of things?
Because I think there's just I think I think he explains on how to handle things like these, like lean not on your own understanding, um, things of that nature in Proverbs. It says some other stuff I just can't remember exactly. Lean on not your own understanding, like, and just put your faith in God. For like, it's too much for us to handle so many what ifs and questions that humans just really can't get the answer to everything. So instead of putting my trust in myself, I'm going to put my trust in someone who does have the answers, at least to my belief.
Does
Now, I
that
could be very
hold?
well be wrong.
What would the damage be, if there is any damage, if you are wrong?
In terms of like me still being alive, and I found out that I'm like, wow, this is all a bunch of baloney.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it would definitely kind of suck, But if it was like, it would be hard to accept.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be really. I'd probably go into a state of in denial.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I don't know. It depends. It's a really
Yeah.
big hypothetical. It would take a lot of studying on
Mm-hmm.
whatever that claim would be.
Mm-hmm. I think
You
that would be
know,
very wise if you were
yeah,
gonna change your stance on something that
right,
has affected your life to the utmost importance, as you've stated. I
right,
think it would be wise to do a lot of study.
yeah. Because like, it took me a lot of study to get in here because I was like 25 years of an atheist, agnostic. I believed there was a God. I just didn't know what really at all. So it took a lot to get here, and it would probably take a lot to get out of here.
Why did you believe there was a God?
I just, well, I see that when I say there was a God, I don't, it was a God that I had an issue with. I didn't really know. I used to think it was kind of like a creator of possibility, maybe a God with no morals or an observer of so. I don't even know. I don't even know if it would. That's why I was saying I was very agnostic. Like
Mm,
and then I used to think like if this God's real, he's got a funny sense of humor,
mm,
sarcastically.
mm.
Um, so I think it was hard for me to accept that there was nothing, even though sometimes I did. But I think it was like sometimes there was nothing, sometimes again, there's something maybe, I don't know. But that's why I say kind of like agnostic atheist. I used to reject the church, but I was the worst of the worst.
I came into the conversation
Go ahead, Philly.
late. Maybe Thrayle has already covered this, but what convinced you of Christianity?
Oh yeah, I haven't had this question yet. So what convinced me? It started with Islam. I'm not gonna stay too. It started with Islam, and then found out there was Jesus. I'm like, whoa, that's weird. I thought he was just one guy from somewhere else. And then I just started looking. I was very political, and then I just like to research and learn. So I just started learning about who Jesus was, the accounts. Found out the Bible wasn't just the Bible; it was manuscript. Just kind of that nature. Looked at a lot of datings, timelines. Um, but it really took a while to actually have faith in it, to feel the faith. Um, there wasn't no personal, crazy out of body experience. Besides one dream I had like just recently, and I don't even that just might very much be a dream. But it truly was this kind of, you know what? Is it the true word of God yet? I don't know, but is it worth considering? I think so. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at.
Manuscripts, datings, and timings.
Yeah, I think the authors. There's clearly a lot of different authors. The typography. A lot of work went into the Bible. Um,
What do you mean by
a lot of mess ups.
typography?
Like what's a good one? For example, like I think it's Matthew 10:30 or 33. He talks about like you shall leave your father and your mother to love me or something of that nature. Like if you have to leave your father and your mother, then be so. And that's like a typography to like Micah 7 verse 6 in the Old Testament, which says, "As the son shall rise against his father, a mother shall rise against their mother." For being straight away from God might be the enemies may be in your own household or your own family, one or the other.
Mm.
Um,
So a
so
reference
that's
to
what
an earlier work.
there's a lot of references that are now some would say like you could really just fit Jesus in that, which I agree too. I think it would be very easy to put someone there. Um, that's a way you could look at it. I think it's truth. That's all. Now I have a bunch of those throughout the Bible, but same
So
thing with like the Trinity.
I'm a little bit confused why somebody reading a book and taking a quote and modifying it a bit in their own writing
Mhm.
is convincing to you of its truth and accuracy?
I think it's for the abundance of it. Um, just because, and these guys got to be like the best con artists of all time. I don't. It would be.
Why would it take a
It's
con
just.
artist to read a text and to say, I like that idea, I'm going to put it in mine?
Well, given given the circumstances of like the writings and their life, like Paul, for example, like I don't feel like he has the time. Now, let's give and say like he did travel all these places. Like I don't think he has the time to dissect the Old Testament and find out how to make it fit while traveling all these nations, facing persecution up until, early church people will say he was beheaded by Nero. I think there's a lot to take for when it comes to falsifying the New Testament to match the Old that I don't believe the apostles went through.
You don't think that it would have been important for somebody who was devoutly religious at the time to study the scriptures that have already been honored and respected for generations?
I do. I just think given like when I try to put myself in their shoes, I feel like it's there's a lot going on. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I'm not too sure. It would be. I wasn't there, so I don't really know. I just feel like there's a lot of, in a sense, like chaos going on.
I want to acknowledge
I
the I don't knows.
That might not even make sense.
Those I don't knows.
Yeah.
You're fighting to add to them, but I think that it should be okay, and I wonder if it is for you to sit with an I don't know.
Is it okay for? Yeah, I don't know.
You keep saying I don't know, and then grasping for something else to add to it. So I wonder if it was something that bothered you when an I don't know reared its head.
Yeah, like for example, like Paul being blinded.
Squash it?
Like I don't know. Like there's a lot of things. Like how did Paul get blinded, and then how did Paul make it to Damascus to go meet one of these disciples to clear his blindness? Like it's just like I can't even. I have no idea. I'm just gonna say that there was guidance in a way that would be hard to explain.
His fellow travelers?
Yeah. I mean, very much so.
Yeah, if you actually look into that story, there's contradictions within that story itself.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's a lot of claims about contradictions throughout the Bible. And that's why my simple answer is I don't really know sometimes. I just don't always think it's the focus point. Now, some people argue it is. It's very important for authenticity. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm sorry. Authenticity. Tongue-tied.
It's okay if you don't think that the Bible is inerrant. Not all Christians believe that the Bible is inerrant. It just makes me wonder how you get any solid answers if you believe that the Bible can hold errors.
Well, so I also think about this a lot because manuscripts. And I think about like, wow, we only have copies. What are the ones that didn't get found? Are they there? Do they say a different story? Are they forged? Were they paid off by some writer to, rewrite something else? Sometimes I do think about that a lot too, and maybe some of the questions we have are somewhere that was lost. Maybe they
I
tell a
wonder
different
also.
story.
Yeah, I wonder also why would a
Sorry, you muted. I don't know if she meant to be.
She might have gotten a phone call. Yep, probably. But I wonder, Robbie.
What's up? There we go.
Oh, we almost got her back.
Can you hear me? I'm
Yeah, we
sorry.
Yeah,
can.
yeah, we can.
I'm so sorry.
So last thing I heard was
Um,
I wonder why, and then you cut out.
yeah, I got a phone call. I apologize.
Got us all wondering.
Sorry. I wonder why a good and loving God who wants relationship with humanity would allow the word of God, the way we're supposed to be able to understand, at least to an extent, God's mind and God's intentions, to be corrupted, to be unreliable, to not give us perfect communication, to help all who would want to have relationship with God have that relationship with God. Have you ever had a question like that?
I mean, yeah. I would. The only thing is I would just. Yes, there's a lot of questions on the table that are unanswered, but in terms of the importance of the whole point of the Bible, it's not a book based off did everything happen or not. It's all in relation to salvation. And I think the Bible and God's message that He's given to us is just meant for, listen, people are broken, people are not broken, there's a way out, and I think it's historical context that was meant to be given. I don't think it's meant to answer questions like, were there dinosaurs or not, who built the pyramids or not. I think there's a lot of questions that that were just unneed of importance compared to what the Bible sends us, if that makes sense. I do know what you mean. There's so many questions and so many what ifs, but I think the message that He wanted for us was delivered. I would love to ask him about dinosaurs. I would be like, is that real or not, bro? Like, we've been fighting on Earth about this forever. Did we evolve from monkeys in some sort of way at one point or not? I don't know. Evidence points to it that we have sometimes.
Alright, so slow down for just a moment.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
I need to jump in really quickly and thank Might Be Ketchup, Alex, Kyle, Amy on the Fly, Jazz, Tricera Bear, Schweitzer, and Morgan Le Fay. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. And of course, thank you all for the 39,000 times you've tapped the screen. Of course, we could tap a little more and maybe get a few people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs, which is kind of where my questions are bound to go here. Is, Robbie,
Go ahead.
do you think that you even can question your beliefs?
In terms of question God or just my belief, I think we can question our belief, but we are given instructions on like how to handle that. For it is a very human thing to do that.
What does that
I
mean?
mean,
Instructions on how to handle it.
um, in terms of like, uh, for example, like if I were to believe, I'm like, does God really have a son? Like, is that even possible? And then if I look at something like Proverbs 30, verse 4, when it's talking about God creating the earth, and he says, what is the creator's name and what is his son's name? And then I'm like, well, even before Jesus Christ, the creator is saying to have a son here.
I see.
Um,
So when you're questioning, you mean questioning things that the Bible might be able to answer.
yeah, for the most part, yeah.
But you
There's a
don't
lot of things the
question
Bible doesn't
things.
answer.
Can you question something like the existence of your God?
The existence of another God or the
Of your
existence of his
God?
God. Um, I mean, yeah, you could question it. I think it would be kind of. I think it's something a lot of Christians wrestle with. Um, Especially when you like feel that sense of loneliness, like, bro, like, am I doing all this for nothing? Um, yeah, I mean, I think we can, but that's just why, like, the instructions then for would be, just put your faith in Christ. Zip your mouth up, bro. You're fine. You're in this bad season right now. It's kind of where I stand with that. And that's talking to myself. That's not like me saying that to someone else.
That's what you say to yourself, though. Zip your mouth up. You're fine.
Not quite literally, but yeah, I do have moments where I'm like, like let me sit down and take a look at everything one more time and gather myself because I have this issue all the time talking to atheists and Muslims. Like, God, am I wrong? This is a real tough one. And then I think that's just where the mind kind of goes berserk sometimes, and I do question faith. Um, but Bible says things like those who endure to the end shall be saved. Enduring to the end makes it sound like it's going to be a tough ride. And for example, I'm not trying to preach,
Hang
but
on, Robbie. Hang on, Robbie. If you
go ahead.
keep talking, it's gonna sound like you're trying to preach. So just hang on.
Yeah, sorry.
Sometimes a silence is just a silence. Philly, did you have any more questions?
Not at this time. I've appreciated the conversation, though.
Thank you. So have I.
Yeah, Robbie, I don't have any more questions either right now.
All
I would
right.
wonder if you, I would wonder if you really can question your beliefs. Then what is it that you might consider to be the best critique of your beliefs, the best critique of your worldview? And don't give that to me now. Take that and think on that. And
Okay.
another time, we'll definitely have more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Appreciate you, Robbie. Yep. I mean, it could have gone worse. And I do see a few people in the queue. I will get to you soon. I just need to make sure that I, fix that. Oops, that wasn't what I meant to do. Well, it did happen though, so Thank you so much, Amy on the fly. Appreciate you. There we go. I think I fixed that. And now we can take on a new guest.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Necrons. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Have I read it from the beginning to end? No. Read most of it.
I see. And do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Depends what context. I mean, I believe it all to be true, but depends what context.
So, for instance, do you believe the 6-day creation story to be true and literal?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Why?
Well, first of all, it's found in the Word of God. I think that for me is the most sufficient evidence. And I think that when they try to tell you how old things are, I think it's very clear that the dating methods, they're not bad, but they're very biased. I used to be deep time for many years. I thought young Earth was legit until I looked into it. So if you want me to be more specific, I could, but that's kind of a summary.
So, you're saying you believe the 6-day creation story to be true and literal because other dating methods aren't accurate?
I don't think that it's about other dating methods. I think that how deep time would date something. Before you date anything, you have to presuppose the age of Earth. You have to presuppose the age of it. You don't just get it. It's not a neutral process. That's why both sides of the tables get. Yeah, you have to presuppose.
Why do you assume that you presuppose? Oh, I'm gonna also Necron. Yeah, we're hearing literally every background noise you're making, and it's rather disgusting. So I'm gonna go ahead and set you down until you're actually in a place where you're hygienically prepared to be on a panel. Weird.
Not me over here laughing on mute.
Right. He says he gets kicked because he's breathing. No, that was not the sound of breathing. It was the sound of, I don't know, blowing your nose in our ears. It's disgusting.
Thank you.
Well, hello, Wellness. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It's 29. I'm 29, but much older actually. Did you hear me?
I heard 29 and then something about your shoulder.
Oh no, I'm but actually much older.
Oh, I I see. So not 29.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Before time was, I was. Um, yeah. My heart is beating so fast. I love you guys. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I'm an omnist. I believe all of them exist and deserve to exist as they wish.
In what way do they exist?
In this plane, it's only spiritual, except for where they
does
have
that mean?
embodied.
Sorry, you said two things there that already caught me. You said in this plane, which I have to wonder
Yes.
now what a plane is and what you mean by this one. And then you said they
So-
exist spiritually, which is another thing. I have no idea what you mean.
Right. So this plane is this realm of existence, which is one among many. My heart is beating so fast. I love you guys.
You're saying that this is a realm, that this realm is one among many. But what
Yes.
indicates to you that there are any other realms, as you're putting it?
I mean, so I've visited them spiritually. I'm a big fan of the Norse plane, like Asgard, Midgard.
There's that word again, spiritually. What does that mean?
So I don't physically go to these places. It's kind of like a mind's eye understanding of the other planes, of the other planar entities. I'm such a big fan of you, of you guys.
I'm not sure what your fandom has to do with the questions that have been asked.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'll stop that.
You say that you visit these planes spiritually, and that spiritual means what again? What is it you're actually doing when you
So
visit these
when I
places?
visit, so I've been around a while. I've visited all these places and other times. When I'm dead, I can visit all those other places. But currently, right here, I'm embodied as a man. So I can't. It would be rather gimmicky for me to be able to like go to these places physically, but and as I've chosen to be a man, but I can visit them like in my mind's eye, like I was saying, and see them for what they are, and so I can visit any plane.
So anything
essentially,
you imagine is a plane.
the planes, they go beyond imagination, but it's
How
not
do you
whatever I can imagine.
how do you differentiate the things that you imagine from these things that you claim exist?
Right. So it took me a long time to develop a certain discernment in order to make that possible. Like, how can I tell if it's just my imagination? How can I tell if it's real? It took me a long time. It took me to, I don't know, the loony bin a couple of times. So I worked it out. I figured it out after a while.
You just figured it out.
Yeah, discernment.
What does discernment mean?
So discernment is it's sort of the bifurcation of your imagination and reality when you're dealing with things that you cannot see.
Indication of what?
Sorry. So it's like the split between what I'm distracted. I it's the split between what you imagine is real and what is actually real, and like the wisdom to know the difference. I'm ancient. Like I said, before time was, I was. So it's a process of remembering in this body, in this form. It's a process of remembering all those things. Discernment being chief among them.
Do you feel like if you keep going, like if I don't ask a question and the silence sits there, that you will have to fill it with more to convince us?
Like I'll have to fill the space of empty conversation, something like that.
It seems to be the practice.
Oh, I am a jabber. I'm kind of a jabberjaw, but no, I could sit quietly.
You said that you are a fan. You repeated it multiple times.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. I think you're some type of cosmic emperor. That's I get that vibe off of you.
Cosmic Emperor.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Why did you request that?
Because I just wanted to talk to a cosmic emperor. Like, that seemed cool to me.
If he's a cosmic emperor, what am I?
You're cosmic. You're cosmic also. So you're like his right hand man, like the
I
hand
was
of the
thinking
king.
maybe more like a joker.
Oh, really? That might be it. If that's what you think, I'm not always right about these things. I feel like you have like hand of the king energy, like hand of the king, like Game of Thrones kind of thing. So you guys work together like that.
Watch out, Thrayle. I might take over. I have been known to mutiny before.
I've seen it.
Foods are not a part of mine.
This is great. I'm still super psyched to talk to you guys. I'm very giddy on the inside. I'm not showing it, but but okay, maybe I'm showing it a little bit.
I'm really confused as to why.
As to what?
As to why.
Why I'm excited?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, how many times a day Did you get to talk to a cosmic emperor?
Right.
Yes.
But normally when you meet a cosmic emperor, do you make any effort to understand the cosmic emperor's mission, or read the banners that they painstakingly created?
Ooh. I don't know what your mission is, but I would ask, what is your mission?
Fascinating. Do you think that it's possible for you to question your beliefs?
Yes. Yes, I believe so. Because I'm not always right.
What does that mean, to question your beliefs?
Okay. Okay. To question your beliefs is to realize that you don't have all the answers. That there is one, there is only one that has all the answers, and she is not me. I have most of the answers, but I do not have all of the answers, and I love to learn. May I get a glass of water?
You certainly may.
Thank you. 1 second.
While you do that, I'm going to go ahead and mute you with this button here, and you'll find it when you come back. But I'm going to say thank you to everybody for the 41,000 times you've tapped the screen. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all those taps and the 39 shares, of course. And little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen, and add to stories or repost. The more we get out to the FYP of somebody who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Cosmic Emperor. Oh, I imagine there's always more coming, Scarwolf. Philly, did the hand of the Cosmic Emperor have any questions?
Only, why is this guest not worshiping the Cosmic Emperor and the bright hand of the Cosmic Emperor through gifts?
Oh, I, do you want me to answer that? Hold on. I brought gifts. Do you want them?
I am the Joker, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me just, spiritually, wait, is that a yes? I'll ask the Emperor, would you like my gifts?
Well, I mean, if they are spiritual gifts, I am going to ask, what does spiritual mean?
So they are spiritual gifts, and what I offer is I am the World Forge, so I make arms and armor So if you and other items, it doesn't have to be arms and armor, but I'm sure that's included in the gift set. I think it's a lot of gifts. I got a lot of gifts to give. I just got snap my fingers if you would accept them.
I'm normally not one to refuse a gift, but if it is a spiritual gift, then I can't say in good faith that I can accept it because I still don't understand what spiritual means.
Right. So, okay. We have a spiritual form embodied in our as part of our physical form. I think that's right. So, okay. Oh, geez. Man, I'm breathing heavy. Yeah, this is a heavy lift. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? You know how people say, we have auras, that sort of thing.
No, what's an aura?
Okay, so an aura it's like a almost, you can think of it as like an electromagnetic, if you'd like to do the sciencey bit on it. It's like an electromagnetic projection of the spirit as it's embodied in the physical form. We all
An electromagnetic projection of the spirit. So you're saying that there are spirits and that they project electromagnetic auras.
That the soul resides in the body, and it projects that field.
Oh, there's a soul too.
Yes. So there's spirit and soul, and they're.
So let's start with soul then. What is that?
So soul is the eternal. It's the eternal thread of your being. So right now we are, humans, and I'm 29, but the soul is much, much older, and it is embodied within the physical form.
I guess I'm still not understanding. What is the soul?
The soul is, like I said, the eternal thread. It is the...
Right, what does that mean?
It is the animating force that gives, like, even this body, the life. It gives life. The soul is breathed into the body, and it gives it life.
You say a soul is breathed into a body. When does that occur?
At our birth. At our birth.
Does the doctor do that?
No, it's the first. So the first breath we take at birth is when the soul enters the physical form.
So before we breathe, there's no soul?
Yes, before we breathe, there's no soul.
So an infant in the womb is soulless?
Yes.
Fascinating. And then when we breathe, where does this soul come from that we suck in, and how does it make sure that it doesn't get sucked in by the doctor or the mother?
No, they don't have any part to play in this. It's a spiritual affair, and their physical bodies.
A spiritual affair. What does that mean?
So I call her she, but she contains all multitudes of all expressions forever and ever. She is the supreme over the supreme. She is the one and only. She's the one who breathes the soul into the body. And she does so perfectly. She is perfect in all ways. You can
You're
call
saying
her she or anything. You can call her they. She doesn't care.
when you refer to this she that breathes souls into bodies and does so perfectly, what is it that makes you think there is something breathing souls?
This is the concept of the breath of life. What I'm saying right now is being sort of brought to my attention in my mind in real time. So in a way, I'm channeling this information like in real time. I didn't know this. Like, if you asked me if I knew this 10 minutes ago, I didn't. I didn't
So
remember it.
So you're making it up on the spot.
I'm not making it up on the spot. I am, however, like recognizing it in real time because I have.
Improvising.
This is all in my memory, but my memory, I need to have conversations for
So it's
my memory to
improvisation.
resurface. It's not improvisation. No,
What
it's not.
separates this from improvisation?
The fact that I am certain that it is in my memory. It's just that it's part of my unfolding truth. It's part of the unfolding truth of each of us, which is
You're
a very
certain that
beautiful thing.
it is in your memory. Everything you're saying now is something you're saying you remember. Could it be that you remember these things from spiritualist articles and blogs or whatever it is
No,
that you've been
no,
following?
my I no, I am who I say I am. I'm ancient before time was. I was. I just have a hard time remembering everything because it's a lot to remember. So I get reminded of it
So
when I have these conversations.
you're saying now that this ancient person who was before time was, that this is a belief that you cannot question, that it is an absolute knowledge claim.
It is truth. Is it something I can question? I've questioned it before. Could I tell you that I'm 100% certain that everything I say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? No, but I wouldn't say something. I only speak truth, so I wouldn't say something that I was like on the fence about without like putting a what's it called? Putting a addendum at the front saying like, in my opinion. But none of this is my opinion. This is the truth. This is her truth. I am good friends with her.
So yeah, you can stop there before it starts to get preachy again. Blake, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Just hanging out with Everlasting and learning from Rav.
Have you been listening to our guest?
Yes. Just a point
I'm
of
a cosmic
clarification.
emperor now.
What?
I'm a cosmic emperor now.
Oh, that's new.
That I just
You
thought
are.
that was important for a point of clarification, but you can go ahead and clarify
And-
your point.
And I'm the Joker to the Cosmic Emperor.
These are important.
Okay, that's a lot to process.
But also,
More like-
but also the right
More like the
hand,
hand.
and sometimes mutineer.
That makes sense, actually.
It's fun to do a mutiny sometimes. Okay, I'll shut up.
So, when you say you are eternal, do you mean you're a physical being, or do you mean like you believe in reincarnation?
So I'm saying that the soul is eternal. It cannot be, but by some circumstances, created nor destroyed anew. It is created, like by design, created. You can call it perfectly imperfect. Each soul perfectly imperfect, and then it goes on for all time, which doesn't. Some souls are younger than other souls. I'm very ancient, so most are younger than me. That's all I'm saying.
how do you know that this knowledge didn't come from this quote unquote her, but not just your own mind?
Oh, right. I guess if you ask me like questions, it's like you will be able to maybe be able to dissolve the doubt that's, because I'm a doubtful creature as well. I'm a very doubtful creature. I'm legendarily doubtful. I don't trust anything. So I guess my own sense of mistrust of everything
Right.
is the way that you might choose to trust me.
So far, the questions I have asked you have not led to a dissolving or any kind of fading of doubt, but rather an affirming that you are making things up on the spot.
And if that's how you want to believe it, that's fine. I just wanted to pay my respects and visit a cosmic emperor, Draconic.
Draconic.
Yeah, dragon. I'm dragonborn as well.
Dragonborn. Do Dragonborn have tails?
Yeah, I think all of them do. I think all of them do. Do you mean in the physical form, like as a human? No, you don't have a tail. But like as a dragon, you sure had a tail for sure. I did too. Yeah, you're definitely cosmic. It's very your dragon body is like it's almost opalescent and dark opalescence.
Dark opalescence.
Yes.
What do dragons have to do with space?
What? Oh, that's a good question. The cosmic realm,
dragons.
yeah, the cosmic realm is just is a different sort of. I don't know. They just do, in my experience.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember that. Sorry. I've definitely I've visited the cosmic realms. I have visited them, and in my mind's eye, like I'm saying, and previously in different times and spaces before I was human.
So, like, I feel like instead of answering my question about what makes you believe this is not just all going on in your mind, you just said, I doubt, and then continue to go on as if you wholeheartedly believe this, without actually giving a reason that you believe it is like outside of a byproduct of these things that could all just be going on inside your head, because like you haven't said anything external. Does that make sense?
I think I get that. Like how still is it not just my imagination? Is that mostly the question?
Sorry, can you repeat? My internet cut out.
Yeah. I was gonna say, is the question mostly in the realm of how is it that like I know that this isn't just going on in my head, in my imagination?
Yes.
I would point you to, well, I mean, what does Thrayle think of my estimation of who he is, his truth? Like as a draconic cosmic emperor, how does that resonate with Thrayle? If it resonates, then it means that I've said something that was not just in my imagination, but in our shared experience, which would mean that.
So you're benching this belief on something that Thrayle hasn't confirmed yet?
Yeah, he gets it. He definitely is mulling. He's tossing that one around in his head. I know he is. He's like, yeah, that does make sense. I know some things. He hasn't confirmed it to us by speaking, but yeah, he recognizes that in himself. So that would be my.
You didn't have any reason to believe in this belief until this evening just now. Is there like another example of like a reason why you believe that this is?
This belief? What do you mean by this belief? Do you mean this is? I think you mean that. I think I would explain that this is all part of my unfolding truth. So like I said, I don't have every bit of information about these kinds of things, like just at the ready. Like they have to be remembered, but remembered in real time.
So you're saying that you can question this, but that it's not a belief, it's a truth. Do you see like the contradictions in what you're saying there?
It is the truth.
How do you know that?
Because I only speak truth, and if
How
I
do you
don't
know that?
That's the. I mean, at some point, faith has to kick in here, but
So
like you guys have to believe me if you will.
Right.
Like you don't have to believe me.
So you've said that that I have felt it, that I understood it, that I get it. When you called me a draconic cosmic god emperor, whatever it was.
Yes.
I don't
don't?
identify with that. So that would already say that, you know, if I'm in a stage of what the fuck are you talking about, then that would already say that.
Then if that wasn't right, then I'm wrong. I'm wrong then. I'm sorry. I'm usually very good about these things.
Could you be wrong about more than that?
Yes, certainly. I only speak the truth as I know it to be true. I thought that.
Could even that statement be wrong?
Yeah, that could. Yeah.
Could it be possible that you have an overwhelming sense of being correct sometimes, even when you are not?
I mean, yeah, there's some of that. Like I've said before, like I'm almost always right. So I do have that little bit of, what's it called? I have some of that know-it-all energy about me. Here, I'm gonna drink a little bit of water. 1 second. I'm gonna get another glass of water. I'll be right back, okay, gentlemen?
Yeah, go ahead and do that while he does that. Let me thank everybody for the 42,000 times we've tapped this screen. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of that. And if you do have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, I think we will be taking a new guest here very shortly.
And I'll say, Thrayle, I didn't mean to assign your feelings to you. Like I didn't mean to. I just that was kind of my know-it-all energy playing it. I had a sense that you were kicking it around in your head and that you were maybe finding some truth in what I was speaking, but you've told me that you don't find truth in it. So I take it back. I take it back.
I don't think I identify as a cosmic emperor, but I would wonder why it is that you live in such certainty. Why it is that you don't question that more rigorously already.
I still question myself. Like I said, I'm a very doubtful creature, but when you have sort of the divine support that I have, you kind of just go with it.
Can you question that?
My divine support?
Yes.
Yeah, I've questioned it before.
What does that look like?
It looks like It actually looks. It's not a pretty picture. When I'm in doubt about those sorts of things, like knowing what I know, it can be terrifying. Yeah, the doubts. It's not a fun time. I've been to very nasty places in my mind before when I doubted. So I've learned not to doubt most things. I take it on faith.
Is there a happy medium to be found that might be more healthy?
No, I'm gonna say no because like I've cut my teeth very finely on finding the truth of the matter.
How does faith lead you to truth?
Faith leads you to truth because you cannot. You have to take almost anything. If you make a venture into something and you don't have, if you don't have
What does faith
in
mean?
the venture, what?
What does faith mean?
So faith is believing. It's just believing that. It's believing that you don't have all the answers. That's like.
Is there more to it
on,
than just believing?
What?
Is there more to faith than just believing?
There's embodying faith, but believing is pretty much the key word about faith. Yes.
So just belief.
Yeah.
Belief is a faith.
It can be taken in faith. Not every belief is a faith.
So then there's more to faith than just belief. What is faith?
Oh geez. I think you're going beyond my comprehension of this. Those questions. You're stumping me now. I've not gone this far into the nuts and bolts of faith, and I don't have the answer.
I would wonder, before we move on to our new guest, which we're about to, I would wonder.
Sounds good.
How is it you've gone so long, as you claim to have existed for thousands of years? How is it you've gone so long without finding a working definition of faith?
I haven't existed for thousands of years. I've existed for time immemorial. Billions of years doesn't do it justice.
Seems like a long time to not remember what faith is. But I appreciate you, Will, and I hope that you keep asking questions. And maybe another time we'll have more.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you. I don't know if there were questions in that guest. I don't know if the guest is questioning their belief. But W's for respect, I guess. Cosmic Emperor.
Yeah, I would also be interested to ask them if they often find themselves assuming they know what other people are thinking and acting off of that before confirming if they're correct.
This song has tried to play like 3 times. We're going to let it this time. Before I do let it play, let me thank everybody for tapping the screen so many times. And if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, be patient in the queue. I will get to you. But I also want to thank Mustard. Thank you, always, Mustard, for this track.
It might be fun to create something your existence is a distraction from the bigger picture. When I was sweeping stardust, you thought I was inspiring scripture. I like to come and play when there's chores that I'm avoiding, but I like to walk away when your needs get too annoying. Can you repeat that gibberish? I've got processing disorder. If I am the almighty, why do I feel like I'm taking orders? ADHD, carefully crafting scenery, amazed by my ingenuity and my moral ambiguity. Kind and fair when I want to, thought to care, but then forgot to. Existence disagrees with me. I'm the ADHD. Stars stacked up in chaos piles, I'll clean it up eventually. My infinitely expanding checklist is sure to be the death of me. My consciousness is scattered. You don't matter. ADHD, carefully crafting scenery, amazed by my ingenuity and my moral ambiguity. Kind and fair when I want to, thought to care, but then forgot to. Existence disagrees with me. I'm the ADHD.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Mustard, for that song. Appreciate you with the ADHD. Hell yeah. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you. I'm not here to argue. I am here to see if you can question. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Yeah, Shazam is gonna fail you. That's a song made by somebody in the community. I don't think it's on Shazam. Hello, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, age is 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not really. See, I'm not certain what kind of value or substance I'd be able to add to the life. Somebody just suggested that I give it a try. I feel like I could be a possible winch, but if I'm going to be a subject matter here, then I mean I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
If you were going to be a subject matter,
yeah. If I'm going to be in the hot seat, as it were.
you requested up. Why did you request up?
Because I thought I might be able to add something to the conversation.
I thought you just said you didn't think you could.
I wasn't I wasn't sure how much I would be able to, but I definitely feel like I would be able to add some substance if we get into things like talk about things.
If
I'm
we get
sorry, go ahead.
into things like what you believe and why.
Sure, sure.
So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not in any gods. I was born Jehovah's Witness, which is already, I guess, let me say not controversial in itself. The group of individuals, but I see myself as the truest sense of nihilist that I've been able to come across. I haven't been able to find anyone that can accurately put me into a category or give me any kind of label for my belief system or lack thereof.
So you don't believe that there is a god or a deity of any kind?
I believe that there definitely could be. I mean, I don't want to say that I'm not.
What do
any
you
kind
think
of
might
physicist or
compel
anything.
you? What might compel you or convince you to believe that a god exists?
There's been a lot in my life that could have had the potential if I were of weaker mind. It's always swaying. It's always fleeting signs. It's always things that can be easily brushed off the shoulder. So, actions, things that happenings. You could say blessings or curses, things, but they could all be chalked up to coincidence. There's nothing substantial that I've ever seen or experienced that as is just undeniable.
So my question was, what do you think might compel you? What could convince you? Not what happens that didn't. What might, in the future, convince you that a god exists?
Going the Christian Armageddon route, if the horns start blaring and the sky turns purple and the clouds, there's no clouds in the sky except for the ones that write out the words I am your God, or I am Yahweh, or I am Allah, whatever. That would be pretty substantial evidence that he exists. But I don't honestly know how much that would change for me. If anything, that would signal the end of times is near, and I would be, I'd be happy about that.
I'm sorry, why would you be happy about that?
Because my view on the end is that, and it's I don't know, I'm not going to say controversial, but it's odd. I've met one other person like me. I have made several attempts on my life, almost too many to count on both hands. And I have been hospitalized, and each time I should not have made it, I woke up on the other side, still here in a hospital bed, somehow surviving the incidents. I've not lived a life that I've been satisfied with. I don't know. There's a lot that's happened that I don't feel can ever be reconciled for. So
I'm not
whenever
sure
I
how
think of
this
the
is
end, I
answering
think of
my
her.
question at
I
all.
think of her. Well, whenever I think of the end, I think of it as a release. It's death is not a negative thing to me.
Do you
The end
remember the
is a
question
good
I
thing.
did ask?
Yeah, you said, why would I be happy about the end?
So for you, because you expect that your death to not be negative, then
Yes.
you were excited and would welcome the biblical end.
Well, in the case of that kind of Armageddon or end of the world scenario, yes.
Wouldn't you expect to be hurled into a lake of fire in that scenario?
No. I was, like I said, I was raised Jehovah's Witness. I was the way that they analyze the Bible. They don't believe in hell. They take the lake of fire thing literally as outside of Babylon there was a giant pile of continuously burning trash called Gehenna that they threw everything into, and it was always on fire because they kept feeding it with fuel. But a lot of the things biblically they have analyzed as metaphorical.
So when it says in Revelation that there's a lake of fire for the unbelievers, that's Gehenna.
In Revelation specifically, I was actually just talking about this the other day with somebody. In Revelation specifically, I feel like that those have more metaphorical meanings that I just don't quite understand or may not understand until they come to pass if they do. But no, I don't. I've the Bible teachings that I was raised on taught me not to fear hell. They don't believe in hell.
So you would welcome the Jehovah's Witness version of end times?
And honestly, yes, because if it was the Jehovah's Witness version of the end times, then also the way that they analyze death, and I don't know if it's in Genesis, but they're saying that the dead know nothing. So it's basically just like going down for the long nap, you're asleep forever. I would be kind of like whenever you sleep, don't have any dreams, and then wake up, it would be just like the time spent between that, but for eternity, and I would gladly welcome that.
Why?
Because I see that as a release. I've made many attempts on my life, and I've woken up each time extremely disappointed that I came back. But I don't see it as a negative thing. It's become more of a philosophy to me. Like I don't want to take
filling the silence at the moment. I don't have any more questions at the moment for you. I am looking for somebody who has a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, something
Understood.
like that. I'm still talking.
That's part of why I was hesitant to come up here, but I will take my leave.
Okay, I will go ahead and make you take your leave since you couldn't let me fucking finish talking. What the fuck's the matter with you? What the fuck is the matter with people? I could easily have been cluing into some other line of questioning or some other reasoning of why you could stay for some reason. I have no fucking clue. But instead, you just can't let somebody finish speaking. The fuck? I don't understand people. This is what I was saying. I didn't think I could contribute. Well, yeah, you fucking interrupted me to tell me how you could contribute. You wanted to be here because you could contribute. All the contributions that you contributed. I know, AK.
That was so weird.
Well, he told us he couldn't contribute.
I hope you get some help, bud. But this was not the space for that. That was just weird.
not very cosmic emperor-y of me. No, it wasn't. But Joe, I mean, it was a former one of your former one-ofs. They were a former JW. I think we need more music. I mean, I thought we had another believer in Q, but they don't exist. So it's time for music. Here's how this usually works. I queue up a song. Yep. And then somebody will request up. And there'll be somebody who is not here to question their beliefs. That's what usually happens. But I've gone ahead and queued up the song. And we're going to see if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Well, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or burgle your gods. I'm not here to argue. I really am just looking to see if you can question your belief. Simple as that. Otherwise, keep tapping the screen. We're up to 51,000, which is really awesome, and 45 shares. All of those help get us out to the FYP, and maybe somebody who can question might be curious enough or courageous enough to request on up.
come on, hear the midnight call through the crooked street where the shadows fall. Skeleton man in a wicked shed alone, rattling questions in a hollow bone tone. Ice blueberry coffee sweating in his hand, moonlight spilling silver on the land. He says, bring your truths, bring your doubts tonight, lay them down in the pale blue light. Come on, let us splash and burn the leaves. Let the bats take flight through the darkened streets. Sip the cold sweet brew while the night reveals all the hidden cracks in the things we feel. Come on, hear the skeleton call. We don't need the answers to have it all. Bunch of bats in the rafters above, fluttering wings like a language of love. He taps the wooden wall with a bony grin. Tell me where your certainties begin. Purple coffee rings on a paper of doubt, every single question spilling out. He says, truth is a road with a broken sign. Walk it slow, take your time. Take flight through the darkened streets. Sip the cold sweet brew while the night reveals all the hidden cracks in the things we feel. Come on, hear the skeleton call. We don't need the answers to have it all. How your shadows grow tall, bats spin circles on the ship's rough fall. Coffee's gone whole, but the questions stay dancing in the bones till the break of day. Oh, he laughs soft, lets the silence breathe. Wonder is the courage to not believe. Come on, let us crash your beliefs. Let the dust take flight through darkened streets. If the ice blueberry coffee slow, watch it quiet on the unknown glow. Come on, hear the skeleton call. Sometimes not knowing is the truth of all. Skeleton man fades with the morning light. Bats full blaze as the sky turns white. Empty glass and a whisper small. Come back tonight. Come.
Well, I'm gonna guess our next guest couldn't wait.
How have the conversation's been going before I got here?
Some of them were actually pretty good. We had a few different guests, and Chancellor Abbott wants to know the name of that song. That was Come One, Come All by Bats. Hell yeah. And the next song, the one that's about to play, is What's It Like to Know It All? Which is what we're, kind of asking our guests. Well, at least the ones that act like they know it all. But if you actually do have a belief in a god or gods or higher power or something like that, and you think you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We are here just to see if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
So tell me, wise pilgrim, who carved the sky ceiling? Was it one beard, 3 crowns, or a council of smoke? Did they argue on Mondays, take Sabbaths for sleeping, or draft up the cosmos on some ale-stained oak? Did time have a cradle? Did nothing have parents? Did chaos keep minutes? Did silence have sound? If I pray in the wrong tongue, wrong day, wrong direction, do I fall through a trapdoor in the churchyard ground? Oops. What's it like to know it all? From your favorite holy war, every whisper, every war, filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Did a serpent say, trust me? Did a rib grow a person? Did a flood clean the carpets or drown all the sheep? Did a star hang a sign up, Messiah, this exit? Or did someone just guess it and swear it was deep? If a scroll says I'm wicked, but the scribe loved his neighbor, is it ink that's immortal or the heart that can change? When your creed meets a question, it can't turn to cinders. Do you bind up the thinker or call him deranged? What's it like to know it all? From your favorite holy wall, every whisper, every war, filed away like time and lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning? Sons, maybe there are none, just none. Maybe meaning's what we make in the dirt with all our mistakes. What's it like to know it all? From your favorite holy wall, every whisper, every war, filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? goes overthought, counting the cracks in the walls of belief. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch, every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, a small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Nothing is final, nothing is true, just shadows and whispers, me and you. We dance in the quiet, under the stars, as the world sleeps, we heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight.
Yep. All these believers with their beliefs.
I love that one too. Can you hear my pepper snoring in the background?
Oh yeah. Really like that one. But I wonder if there's anyone else who can question their beliefs. Are we ending early tonight?
Make sure y'all keep tapping and sharing and reposting all of the things. Send your heart memes. Go up there and hit that heart and then claim your points too so you get to level up. See, Mrs. JJ is showing y'all what to do.
Hell yeah.
This really makes me want to play RuneScape every time it comes on. I'm like, oh no, the nostalgia black hole that would suck me into, I would not get anything done for a while.
I wonder why. It has the RuneScape feel to it. I think it was supposed to be a carnival.
It's like a really compressed reed organ, I think, or like some kind of reedish organist instrument that they have in their soundtracks that is very unique. Or maybe it's supposed to be trumpets, but it almost sounds like a reed organ. It's so like,
I don't know.
could it? If you believe that the reason that RuneScape music sounds like RuneScape music is because they have that special trumpet that's so compressed and unique, don't request up. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, do request up.
I concur with those stipulations.
But just for the record, I do agree with you if you do believe in the first thing. I feel like you can hear the gears turning as I try and script a segue in real time.
And yet somehow we're absent believers. Not a one. I'm practicing my ventriloquism. How's it working?
Wait, we haven't been communicating telepathically this entire time?
Oh, I thought that was what we were. Yeah, the whole time.
Okay, is the ventriloquism just to make everybody feel more comfortable with it? With the telepathy? Okay.
Ask me your questions, I'm ready, I'm here. My faith can't be shaken, but I'm quaking with fear. I believe in a God, I've read the text, but it's a bit muddy, never studied for this test. I was raised to believe it, no reason to doubt, and I've never questioned what the lesson's about. I believe it happened because the word says it did. I thought I answered why, but let me try again. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without hiding. What was the question again? I believe there's a reason for suffering. I understand that the plan's still buffering. The written word infallible because it was inspired. And the truth is I'm still lucid, but I'm getting tired. Contradictions don't matter if you let it bend. The literature is literal from a figurative lens. The proof is all around us, there's no need to explain. I'm misplacing my faith, give me space to refrain. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without end. What was the question again? I'm sorry, let me stay. I can't answer, no, stop, wait. I can't answer that question, that's the end of the line. If I keep pulling the strings, it all starts to unwind. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point when the answer's unclear. You weren't trying to sway me, you only asked why. My faith is all scripted, but the ink's running dry. Without it, what was the answer again?
Bought a map to heaven from a man in a moth-eaten suit. Said just follow these arrows and ignore that hole in the roof.
I asked him for directions to the nearest honest word. He laughed so hard his halo slipped and spooked the passing birds.
Oh my.
Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy, if it might be true.
Round and round on the carousel of why we poke at the truth till it rolls its eyes.
If you're certain, you're probably lost, my friend, at the carnival of doubt. We doubt again.
Mama said, boy, don't worry, everything's part of a plan. I said, who? She said, don't ask that, and stirred the pot with her hand.
Preacher on the corner selling thunder in little glass jars. I asked for a refund when it rained inside. He said, take it up with the stars. Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy, it might be true. Spin the wheel, mark, maybe never then. Trade your halo for a leaky pen. If you're certain, you're probably lost, my friend, at the carnival of doubt. We doubt again. Do
would you still be sure?
If the devil showed receipts, would you still be sure? If the saints forgot your name, would you knock on one more door? One more door. Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy that might be true. Take a ticket, let your certainties bend. Hold my hand till the questions end. When they don't, well, we'll laugh here anyway. At the carnival of doubt, we'll doubt our doubts away.
Talk that wild talk, then back it up, or pack it up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. He said the Yeti live under his duplex. Show me grainy photos on the cracked Lex. Look, you see the claws? Bro, that's your cousin in some church socks and drawers. Shapeshifter, you just shift the angle, zoom in, crop out, twist every pixel you can mangle. They want the world flat, cause the glow too complex. Google every link, never once read a text. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth flyers taped to the pole. Who you trust more, me more, your soul? Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathe in hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blurred. Who you really scared of, them or your own fear? I met a dude for his landlord, reptile. Said he blinked sideways, tongue out, hostile. I said, or he stressed, late rent, 3 kids. And that stare mean pay up, not shapeshift, squid. You got charts on the wall with the red string, but can't keep the lights on. Late on, everything sharp in your mind like a sword in the dojo. Cut through the cap, not the neighbor at the bodega, bro. Chill. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth flyers taped to the pole. Will you trust more, me more, your soul? Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathe in hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blur. Who you really scared of, them or your own? Look, some suits lie, that's a fact on the table. But every late night story ain't a leak label. You think planes fall off the side like crumbs, but can't explain ships coming back when they done. Marshall mind stay bomb. Breeze stands tight. Discipline, not every shadow mean fight. I study both sides, then I step back slow. If it can't take questions, I already know. Word. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth flyers taped to the pole. Who you trust more, me more, your soul? Yeah. Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathe in hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blur. Who you really scared of, them or your own fear? Ask who profit off the story you heard. Is it feeding your mind or just feeding your nerves? Monk in the madness, I stay clear. I fight bad logic, that's the enemy here. Do you believe in a God, higher power, or anything like that? If you do, maybe the Batcolyte is for you. Come on up, and let's see if you can really question your beliefs. Yo, question it, yo, question it, yeah. Yeah, look. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Thrayle stays late at night asking if any believers can question their mind as to why their God is one of a kind. Wait, hold up. Can run that by me again one time. So you paid an oath to Odin, a goat to Yahweh, a note to Buddha, to save your soul. Wait, what is a soul anyways? Do you even know? You keep calling it energy, does it give off a glow? Can it melt the snow? Why you getting mad? Must be the ego. Talk trash to my boy Hammy. Get the fuck off the show. Yeah, Yeah, if you believe in a God with a sense of direction, a higher power from another dimension, the spiritual realm having eternal connection, is that I did a question, it been something to mention? If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Questions help you find the answer to what's behind that door. When I hear the debate and the gate to end race, give advice, play nice, say it twice, one time. When I hear the debate and the gate to end race, give advice, late nights. Just here to see if you can question, alright? We think critically, fight specifically about beliefs regarding reality, not politically. If you react belligerent or emotionally, Morgan and Crows got them hexes for you, G. We just wanna see if your ass can question your own beliefs. Nobody asked for you to come up here and preach. You see the prompt, can you not read? Matter of fact, get off the panel ground, needs more blueberry coffee. If you believe in a God with a sense of direction, a higher power from another dimension, the spiritual realm having eternal connection, is that I did a question, it been something to mention? If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Questions help you find an answer to what's behind that door.
Okay, I guess the musical break has tried to end a few times, and I guess we'll let it this one. But only long enough for me to thank Smoke My Petty, Mrs. J.J. Joe Chupacabro, Brenna Green, Tricera Bear, Cassia the Sea, and Everlasting Godstopper. Thank you guys so much. Oh, and Glam Scum Poetry. Yep, see, got all of you. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you. Really do. Thank you. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or what was the hook? Something from a higher dimension. Really anything like that. A yeti dancing with a mermaid, or a leprechaun dancing with Santa off screen. Whatever it is you believe in, if you have that belief and you can question it, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I really just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Pretty easy. It's not quantum physics or anything. I think if we go much longer without a believer, I'll just prepare a poem. I think I could use a nap anyways. That's where we're at. But, I mean, one way we could help to encourage a believer is to tap the screen. Maybe get us over 60K. I bet we could do that before the next song plays. And maybe, I don't know, somebody with a belief or something like it might find their way up to the panel and curiously question their beliefs.
Come on, y'all. We're only at 59K likes. That is terrible for this time of night.
Everybody talking like they know it all, standing so tall, just waiting to fall. But I found a better way to live and grow. There's a kind of power and I don't know, and that's alright. That's the spark, that's the light. None of us know, so let it show. The ultimate win is I don't know. No more faking, no pretending, no false start and no fake ending. Leave a little room for truth to grow. The strongest words are I don't know, and that's alright. That's the spark, that's the light. None of us know, so let it show. The ultimate win is I don't know. Hands up high, let the whole world know there's freedom in I don't know. Everybody talking like they know it all, standing so tall, just waiting to fall. But I found a better way to live and grow. There's a kind of power and I don't know, and that's alright. That's the spark, that's the light. None of us know, so let it show. The ultimate win is I don't know.
Step right up, I got doubt for sale. Holy water in a paper pail. Priest says some don't poke that sky. Say why then, why then, why? Gold leaf book with a missing map. Every answer ends in hush that chat. If you got so big and bold, why is he scared of what I'm told? I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not damned, I'm just finally walking out the thought prison with my questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Angel on the fly says one true show. Devil in the fine print says you go. Collection plates got more teeth than grace. Bites my wallet, calls it faith. The boss upstairs runs every play. Why's the blame fall down this way? If he made my crooked mind, did he plan these doubts I find? I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not lost, I'm just gladly walking out the thought prison with my questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Oh yeah. So here's my prayer to whom it may or may not concern. If you're there, you'll love this mess. If you're not, I'll love it less. I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my old beliefs. If there's a God who ever really knew me, he'd laugh along or he'd just unglue me. I'm not scared, I'm just finally breaking out the thought prison with my questions. Questions are the only thing that ever set me free.
I thought about it just enough to say it never scared me. Something about it always closed as if the answer waited for me. I told myself it all made sense and I almost believed. I never had to follow it down to where it starts to lead. But what if it doesn't? What if it breaks? What if I follow one question too late? I thought I was fine, I never went through what happens when what held you no longer rings true. What I thought would be a shatter only whispered I still matter. Not an answer I could prove, just something small I couldn't move. What I thought would take me under wasn't silence, wasn't thunder, just a voice I couldn't see, saying I could just be. I tried to follow it all the way down past where it softened and swayed. Something in me gave away there and the questioner still stayed. If it won't hold, if it slips through my hands, then where do I stand? I can't. What I thought would be a shatter only whispered I still matter. Not because it all made sense, but because I wasn't left. What I thought would leave me nowhere found me standing and it's still here. Not an answer I could prove, just some space where I could move. No one tried to solve it for me. No one told me what was true. They just stayed there in the breaking long enough to let me through. Under her wing in the unknown, while we try to find the answers, no one is alone. What we thought would be a shatter only whispered we still matter. Not because it all made sense, just because we weren't left. What we thought would leave us nowhere found us standing and it's still here. Side by side we still move, questioning what we thought we knew.
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Are your beliefs feeling a little unexamined? You may be experiencing certainty without inspection. Common symptoms include avoiding questions, skipping curiosity, and sudden discomfort when ideas are turned around. Ask your inner thinker if questioning your beliefs might be right for you. The Batcolyte is a playful late-night gathering designed to help participants gently examine what they believe, and whether those beliefs can withstand a few friendly questions. Side effects may include increased curiosity, thoughtful pauses, unexpected perspectives, and occasional, that's interesting.
This is not a debate arena, no beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore.
If you think you might be able to question your own belief, request on up.
The Batcolyte.
Where curiosity is always in session.
Hello.
Hello, holy guacamole. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, it's 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I can bring us up to speed to where we left off a bit, if you prefer. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you currently have a belief?
Yes.
And what God do you currently believe in?
Jesus. Holy Trinity.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Long ago.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe them to be taken with a grain of sand.
You believe them to be taken with a grain of sand. What do you mean by that?
Just because of the human factor involved. Bold claims that go against like clear science.
So what part of the belief system does that leave you with?
Well, some would call it cherry picking. I call it non-denominational.
But what does that leave?
Sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, the question wasn't what was your denomination. The question was if you take out all of the like supernatural or things that go against science within the book, what's left?
Well, I wouldn't say that science answers everything. I would. It goes back to take it with a grain of sand.
But what? You're not answering the question. But
I'm
what
not trying to
parts
avoid it.
do
I'm sorry,
you
but
believe it in? I'm just trying to ask you what parts you believe in. Like, I'm not trying to like get you or anything. I'm just trying to figure out what you believe, guy.
I've been here many times. I've been up here like 6 or 7 times. The different username. I don't try to do that. Don't worry.
I remember you, Kung Pao.
You got it. And I've been thinking about it, Thrayle. Every day I've been on the last thing that you questioned me, and I'm like, I can't answer it. Can't answer it. I don't got the answer. I can't come up with the answer. It was, is my come up or my benefit, my blessing, another one's cruelty to see me come up. That's why I have my belief system. And the truth is, and this is why I haven't come up in a while. I just can't. I don't know. I don't know if I could ever answer it.
Let's go back to Blake's question.
Yeah,
Sure.
dude, I have no idea what's going on. I was not here
It's
for
all
any
good.
of these previous conversations.
So, repeat the question, Blake. It might help.
Yeah, so you say that you don't take the Bible like completely literally. So like what aspects of the faith do you subscribe to? Because I have no idea what your belief system is. I was not here for this previous conversation. So, and many of the chat may have not been as well. So if you can help illuminate once again your beliefs for everybody that weren't there for this previous
Sure.
conversation.
Sure, yeah. I could give it to you guys. Yeah, I mean, I hope I will try not to make it long-winded. I'll just sum it up. So I was raised Presbyterian, and from a young age. I mean, from as far as I can remember, and kind of walked away from that life for quite a bit. And then throughout my life, while I was never a full-on atheist. Just always left with questions and wondered. And throughout my life, I've always seemed to, when in hardship, fall back to my faith in Jesus and God, Lord and Savior. And it seems to, I've always seemed to come out on top in my life. And now when you read things in the Bible, such about 7 days creation, I don't think that the whole world was made in 7 days. I think that might be just some old, I don't know if it was metaphorical when they're saying this or just misguided through human text. And then through this channel, discovering more about the canon process and the Book of Enoch and stuff like that. That's when it really got discredited towards me. I wouldn't say whole discredit, but where I became non-denominational, truly non-denominational. When I go to a church, I don't subscribe to any of them really fully on. There's no place for me. That would be how they interpret the Bible. And I think I'll just leave it there.
So do you subscribe to the supernatural claims around Jesus?
Maybe not wholeheartedly like the Bible writes it, but yes.
So what allows you, or what not allows you, that sounds a little harsh. What differentiates the 7-day creation from a, say, 3-day resurrection in your decision making on which one is should be interpreted with more of a grain of salt?
Those two right there, I think, are, and I hope I'm answering this question right. I hope I'm understanding you correctly. I'm sorry. Those two right there is what I mean. I don't know if they have it written down rightly, or maybe in their minds they're right. And there's other things in the Bible that are pretty heinous, that doesn't seem very godlike and are good or whatever. Those two things right there are kind of it's so far long ago, and I think superstition would go a little bit too far back then. Maybe hyperbole as well. And then why do I subscribe anyways? It could be a bias, and it could also be the fact that I always seem to pull out of these things where others haven't.
Do you believe that Jesus was the Son of God, or was God, or were they just a human being that you draw inspiration from?
I have to lean with the Son of God. And this may be from bias, but I have to I lean for the Son of God because this is what I know.
So why is that part true and not like metaphorical or like to be taken with a grain of salt?
It would root back to it would root back because I'm no scholar in history by any means, but I am a hobbyist with science. And I know I see the world as the universe, the galaxy, whatever. All of it is just a giant, crazy wonder, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. It roots back into that mixed with my just seemingly always to be doing well with holding on to that faith. And when I wasn't, it didn't seem to be to it. When I wasn't, there was a little bit more trial and tribulations in my life.
So because you're holding on to the belief, you believe because you're holding on to the belief that Jesus is the Son of God, that is improving your life, and that's why you believe that aspect of the Bible.
It's something I subscribe to more. I'll go back, because I'm not a historian, right? But I do try to trust into, the historians that have said that Jesus is an actual figure that lived, right? And it seems to match up and work out. Just like I'm not a physicist, I have to just go off of what our top physicists in the world talk about and trust on lean on what feels right to me.
You say seems to match up and work out. What do you mean by that? Match up and work out with what?
It could possibly be my bias because of my upbringing. And matching up would be the historical fact, and people would argue this, of course, that Jesus existed. And then my life working out the way it did and has so far. It's not over yet. Here I am. But working out, matching up and working out how I'm still here and doing well. And my life seems to get better the more attached I feel to that connection. Very low church connection, by the way, just a connection between me and God and Jesus.
Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that things are working out better for you. I think I lost my question now. But why if you have one, Thrayle, you can go. I gotta think about it again.
What about it in your experience is leading you to believe that this is a God?
When I think about science, and I listen to some of the top guys and ladies in the industry for physics and astrophysics, and I see the holes in it, and holes and just purely unanswered questions in the debates about it, and trying to take in all the intellectual awesomeness of the universe. It seems highly improbable to me that that this existence just exists to exist, or it just came about. And then I look at, like, for example, a fish. I don't think a fish can comprehend. Well, yeah, a basic fish wouldn't be able to comprehend that anything beyond this ocean or thinking pattern of eat, survive, 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 couldn't even comprehend what I don't know, radio is, right? And so trying to understand my own weaknesses in the thought process of the grander scheme of things. I hope I'm not rambling. I'm trying to put this together. I'm not really good about it. I hope I can make this make sense.
Yeah, you're given a lot of points, so let's take it like one at a time.
Sure.
Like you said, the holes in like people are really smart at talking about astrology or not astrology, astronomy.
Yeah, same stuff. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not the same thing at all. But astronomy, like you see holes in it, but like what holes are you seeing? What did you mean by that?
Holes would be the actual fact that there is, like for example in physics, right? They're trying to tie together quantum and general relativity, right? They don't really bind together really well, right? And string theory, multiverse, all these things, right? There's trying to pull this together, dark matter, etc. Lots of unknowns, and lots of things that may never get known. And I have a close friend, he's a physicist.
But why does working, so there's been, like, the fact that we know the area that we need to fill in physics, and that we have all of these models that can so accurately predict things, like, there are areas to fill in. But is it that we will ever like have it all the way filled in, or might it be that there's always more to understand?
I think there's going to be always more to understand and more to question, more to dig. I don't think that we're going to be able to comprehend it. I don't think that we'll be able to crack that code, to be honest. That's what it's rooted in, my faith system. Or part of the roots, I suppose.
So is this all not an assumption?
It's definitely an assumption. Yeah.
Are you making this assumption because you want the result that you started with, or like the result that you've been like socially biased to believe in to be true?
Let me think about that for a second. And can you just rephrase it for me?
Yeah, well, you keep saying it might be like my bias towards this, it might be my bias towards this. Like all of those things that you just set out were presumptions to get to the end of like the part of your belief system being true. So do you think that you may have made all of those assumptions just to fill in, to make sense of like the aspects of the belief system that you were exposed to, like that you still hold on to?
I'll just think about that so I can get a good answer, if I have one.
Oh yeah, no worries. Take your time. That was also very rambly the way I asked.
No, so I get you.
I tried to simplify it. I made it longer.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It gave me clarity. It's good. I don't think so. I don't think I'm using it as a crutch. I don't know if that's what you meant or not exactly, but I don't think I'm using it as some sort of like, patch the hole in the road and keep moving forward. Faith isn't facts, right? If it's a fact, it's you wouldn't have you have proof, right? And does it help me have faith? I would suppose it does. I suppose it does.
That wasn't what I was asking, but
oh, sorry.
Are you using crutches of faith? I mean, faith is a crutch. Sorry, wrong grammar, wrong language.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. No. Okay, I don't. No, I don't. I don't think. No, I don't. I don't see. I don't need. I don't need a crutch. In that area. No, I don't think so. But if that's not it, then what you were asking, then is it paving the road? I mean, is there anything else to pave the road? Is there anything else to fill in the gap of? Because I'm no super
Why
genius.
do you need to fill in the gap of the areas that we don't know the answers to yet?
I don't. Do I need to? I feel compelled to. It's a natural feeling. I don't know how to explain it. I don't. Do I need to? Because there was a time in my life when I wasn't, right? I've seen a lot of things. Need is a pretty strong word. Need. I don't feel like I need to. I feel like I came to it, walked away from it, saw some stuff, continued to walk away from it, then reflected, and then came back to it. And it's like it doesn't feel like a need, you know.
But do you believe now that there would be a consequence, within your belief system? Do you believe that there is a consequence if you do not believe?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah. I would definitely. I felt like I felt the consequences in the here and now, meaning my time here on Earth. I feel like I've felt them, but I don't feel pressured by. I don't live in fear. Fear didn't bring me to having the faith. As far as my frontal thinking goes. Remember, I leave that room for the bias because it's something that I always came in here saying. I don't want to let go of that. It does leave the room for questioning, right?
What would it look like for you to be wrong?
To be on the wrong end.
To be wrong about your God.
What, like, you mean if I was if I in the end of the road, or like the here and now, or sorry?
Let me think of it. Let me word it this way. What do you think would convince you that your God is not a God? That what you've experienced is not supernatural?
Just all by luck and chance, huh? Let me think about that. That's. I question if I'm even capable of that. It would be an amazing answer. It would. I know what it would take, and I never thought of us actually being able to get there. To be honest, I think I know what it'd take.
What?
It would be a lot of answers in science. It would be almost contradictory to what I said earlier. Like, thinking about it.
Contradictory in what way?
Well, earlier, the claim I said about us not being able to even conceptualize what a deity could do and create outside of time and space. The fish in the ocean, not conceptualizing the land or a simple radio. And then if I was faced with that, could I? It's a good question. I don't even know. Could I? You're basically saying, could I accept it, right? You're saying if the proof was there, could I accept it, correct? That's the question.
would be the next one?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead.
That's okay.
You always got the good ones. I don't know. I don't know. That's something to chew on.
I do like and I don't know.
Yeah, you got it. I don't know. I definitely don't know that one. That isn't. I don't know. I don't know.
Big W's in the chat for the I don't know. I see them already. There they are. Holy guacamole. I like the new name. It's good to see you again. I don't know that I have any more questions for you. Blake, did you have any more questions?
Not at this time. Thanks for answering our questions.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure as always. Thank you guys.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions. And of course, come on back whenever you are ready for more questions.
Absolutely. Take care.
You too. Big W's in the chat. Holy guacamole can definitely question his beliefs, though it may not seem like it. I think it just depends on the question. It still feels too early for poetry. They said they weren't going to. Oh.
I'm glad we got there. At first I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like I just got dropped into season 4 of a show that I have not watched at all.
Yeah.
I need to catch up. I need the 30-second catch up at the beginning.
Oh yeah, he's been, hell yeah. He's been around and we've questioned him a number of times.
Oh, well, thank you. I think that's the first time I've gotten that one.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, guacamole. Also, I've got to thank Smoke My Petty and Cassie of the Sea, and I'm sure guacamole had something to do with that gift goals. Thank you guys so much for knocking that out. Really appreciate you. And if there is anybody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that who is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I do see that we got a gobble back. That means, well, that means there's at least someone with a belief brave enough to question it. He hasn't escaped to turn up here without a question to his beliefs. Noi, are you awake?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I was like, wait.
He's sleeper question.
I was trying to triangulate again. Your noise. I was like, I know this profile picture. I know this name. What's happening right now?
If there's a goober, Gobble will let you know of the goober.
I got my senses always on for goobers.
I'm still not entirely sure what a goober is, but Gobble has let us know that there have been goobers. What would you say is a goober?
Isn't there a brand of peanut butter and jelly that's in a jar together that's called Goober?
Possibly.
Oh yes, it is. Okay. Uncle Batman and me are on the same Yeah, it's peanut butter and jelly.
That is a thing, but unfortunately, this definition of goober is derogatory.
Oh, yeah. That kind of makes sense.
So in that sense, basically, for the audience, a goober is those people you see come up here that are just make a complete ass of themselves. They don't want to question their beliefs. They're very argumentative. For some reason, they think this is a debate. They're super preachy, Bible thumpy, hostile. That right there is a freaking goober.
Oh, I was taking it way too far. I thought you were saying that it was like a slur or something. But it comes from the Bantu word Nuguba, a silly, goofy person. I knew that the goofy part, but I didn't realize it was a Bantu word. I would have thought it was like in the Yiddish family or something, because that's where all the fun words usually come from in English. Only one thing made it for me shock into English, and it's kind of like a joke in the army, but they used to make this thing called shit on a shingle, and it's just like beef tips on toast, but shit is how you say moss in Eshok, so it's like a double entendre English joke.
Fuck, I love
slash
shit.
Eshok joke.
I love sugar and sugar. It's just chipped beef on toast. I love that shit.
I'm gonna have to do it. It's either a poem or no way. Which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
In what way?
Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
In what way do you believe that God exists?
In my heart, in my mind, and in my soul.
What does that mean? What is a soul?
I would say a soul is the non-physical stuff that makes a person who they are.
What does non-physical mean?
I don't think there's like a organ in our body that's called the soul. I think it's more like those non-physical stuff, the essence stuff, or like
No.
people from different religions and stuff talk about, like Well, it's the thing that makes you who you are. You know, it makes you unique. But it's not like it's a thing, a physical like thing in your body.
Good morning, Heretical.
Radical to go.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Blake. Good morning, Noy.
Morning.
I bet you've got questions.
I do have questions for Noy, because you I think you've said before, Noy, that you're Christian and you came to this conclusion or this realization through a difficult time.
Well, I was a Christian from when I was young, but it was when I decided to like, it became very clear to me how serious it was when I went. Well, I've been through multiple difficult times, but yeah.
Why does it have to be? Why did it have to be a serious time for you to make the realization?
Why did it have to be a serious time? You're telling me, dude. I don't really know the. I guess. I don't know why it took me going through a rough time for me to have one of those face-to-face moments with the dude. I don't know why it took that. I can't answer that question why.
When you say face-to-face moments, what do you mean by that?
I had a conversation with the dog.
What did that conversation, like, how did that conversation start? How was the first conversation start? Okay, I guess we could start there.
The first time I talked to Jesus, I'd say the first time, I was in a very deep state of prayer, very strong state of prayer.
What is a strong state of prayer? What does that mean?
I went to this thing that's called it's called a church boot camp.
A church boot camp?
At least that's what it was called. It's kind of like this themed. There's always a theme around it, and the theme that we had for that year was Exodus, and there was a point in time where during our worship part, and we played music and stuff like that. We listen to different bands and different things like that. One of my favorite bands is 1,000 Foot Crutch, and there's a song that's called "Falls Apart." And
how does that respond to his question, though?
Well, the song "Falls Apart" was playing, and before I went on this boot camp, I was going through some really hard times as a teenager. You know, just dealing with like friends and bullies and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Different things like that. And that song came on, and you know, I went by myself to one of the rows, and I just went into a real prayer, and like real deep prayer, and you know, I feel like I felt something call out to me, you know, and that was like the first time I ever communicated with him. And then, but I would say the most vivid time I ever communicated with him was the story I've told multiple times up here, where I was in my house and I was going through a real rough time, and I've been drinking and different things like that, and I was in a real dark place, and suddenly I became warped into this other. I don't know where the fuck I went. I went to some other place that I personally feel like wasn't on Earth, and had a conversation with him, and it was like wherever I turned, my head or my body, it was like he was speaking to me right in my face. I couldn't see his face, but it was like someone was right there in my face talking to me. It was pretty awesome.
Heretical, do you feel like he's answered your question?
No, not really.
Can you repeat your question then? Sorry.
What does a meditative, what does a deep prayer state look like? And I'm not sure where we got off the topic. And I mean, I guess I kind of helped because I asked what a Bible boot camp was, because that sounds dangerous.
Nah, it's not dangerous. Think of it as summer camp, but just theologically related.
Why can't it be just like a regular youth camp? Because I've heard of youth camps, but you called it specifically a boot camp, which makes it sound militarized.
Well, there's like I said, it's like a pseudo event that if it's like your first year there, you're a private. If it's your second year there, you're a corporal. You know, it goes up like that. And
so it is militarized. It's paramilitarized.
Yeah, it's like a pseudo version of that. You know, we do push-ups and run miles, and there's like games involved, and you're split up into teams or squads, and there's all kinds of different themed ways to go about it. You know,
did you join any military afterwards, or
no?
Okay, it was just curious because it sounds very that sounds very like it was trying to militarize the children.
No, there's no weapons involved. There's no.
Well, obviously, there's no weapons involved, but it's that teaching of ranks, squads, teamwork. I mean, it can be a good thing or a bad thing, but it just sounds very odd to me. My children would be involved with that.
Well, you can think of it as like, you know, it was like water. It's like watered. It was like watered down. Like the theme of it was, you could think of it as like watered down ROTC. Like the palest ROTC type of stuff you can think of. Like it's not like we got screamed at and ran through pits of water and stuff like that.
Really quickly, I'm going to thank Real Truth, No Distractions, and Cassie of the Sea for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. Heretical, if you've got more questions, go ahead.
But no, a deep state of prayer is answer that question. Is from what I've experienced, from what I've learned, is just full on concentration. Almost like a meditative state. And you're basically just opening yourself up to God, and whether and it doesn't matter the environment you're in, you're not paying attention to the environment you're in, you're just focusing on the prayer. You're just focusing on your words and the moment. And a lot of people a lot of people are silent. A lot of people cry. A lot of people speak in tongues. There's different things that can happen when you're in a deep state of prayer.
So what you're saying is that you put yourself in a highly emotional state of being.
High concentration, yes, in my prayer, yes.
In your prayer, but other people will cry or speak in tongues and...
Mm-hmm. You're basically letting the Holy Spirit in.
So, one of my favorite questions, I think, would be, you said you opened yourself up for God to come in and reach out to you, right?
In that moment, yes.
What if it wasn't God?
I don't know.
What if it was something else that reached out to you?
Could have been, but pretty confident it was God.
Do deities not lie?
I'm sorry?
Do deities not lie? As in, like, could a deity or creature or paranormal being not lie to you?
Sure, but I didn't feel deceit at the time.
Your answer was what? I'm so sorry. My mind went blank for a minute. You said what?
I didn't feel deceit from this thing. I felt comfort from this thing. I felt comfort from that, whatever it was.
Well, I mean, again, that doesn't mean that it did not or could not trick you.
Right, but I feel like I've been given pretty good intuition from God. And usually deceitful beings, they kind of want something in return, which I've never been told to either like hurt myself or hurt others. Or
you ever heard of the long game?
Huh?
The long game, as in whatever the person is getting or the thing is getting is much later down the road.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm not kidding when it comes to my radar for bullshit. I'm not kidding. There's a lot of times where I've been in predicaments where it's like I can just tell this situation is not a good place to be in. And yeah, I'm not joking. I've been in situations where I feel like there is something evil going on here or going on around here, and I don't want to be here, because I used to be a very adventurous person and going like haunted houses and stuff like that. And that's why I have real respect for people that can tap into the spiritual world, because I totally believe that there is evil spirits and stuff like that out there. Especially someone that's dealt with like addiction and depressive thoughts. I feel like those are in fact very evil things that are not just I can be considered as evil spirits, making me indulge in certain things. But no, when I got sent to somewhere else, it was like perfect peace and like joy, and I knew I was in a very safe place. And whoever was speaking to me was speaking to me with just a full of love, and I didn't feel.
You say whoever was speaking to you.
Yeah.
I was gonna jump on that. Yeah.
Go for it, heretical.
Yeah, you say whoever is speaking to you, so now you're open to the idea that someone or something else other than the Christian God could have been speaking to you.
No, I think it was Jesus.
Oh, what's up? What you said?
Well, it's said. That's why I said from the beginning, but I know it's probably going to be questioned.
Yeah,
that's why I say whoever, just for the courtesy of other people that might not think it was Jesus.
Did you have a different question, Thrayle?
Not quite. Go ahead.
I just want to jump back to the intuition part, that you think that your quote unquote radar for bullshit is top tier.
That's what I call
it. Which I have no doubt that it is probably pretty good. But do you think you are skilled enough in that and that radar is updated enough to be able to sniff out a god's bullshit or a deity's bullshit?
Well, I'll put it like this, heretical. I've listened to things I thought were good before. I thought that sounded good. That turned out to be completely detrimental to me. And I've listened to things that were and I've ignored things that would have turned out really good for me before. That's why I knew the position that I was in was a situation was a very positive situation, because I've already been there before. I've already listened to bullshit before and thought it was good, but it wasn't. I've learned from my mistakes. And I tend to pick up on those mistakes. So I really haven't made those mistakes in a long time. I don't know if
So you think that your radar is able to pick up a being that is supposed to be so powerful and so omnipotent and omnipresent in every aspect of the silly human's mundane life, that you think you can figure out its intentions?
Well, I'll just go by how I feel. And I felt like I was in a very safe, happy place. I was in a very calm place. And sure, the decisions that had to be made were hard ones, but I listened to the guidance given, and I'm in a pretty good spot now. So
what if tomorrow you find out that this is bullshit and you have the feeling of this is bullshit? What are we doing then?
Well, then it was bullshit, but I don't think that's how it's going to go. I'm a pretty optimistic person.
I'm gonna go make coffee for a minute. My line of questioning is gonna start bordering rude, and I'm not going to do that to Noi, because I do like Noi.
Lucky Noi. Hello, Michelle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Michelle, did you mean to request up? Okay.
Oof.
No way.
Yeah, man.
What makes you think that the thing that contacted you or talked to you is infallible?
I'm sorry, your mic went a little low there.
What is it that makes you think the thing that talked to you is infallible?
you explain what infallible means in this context?
Perfect.
Oh, perfect. I don't even know if perfect would be the word. I would use to describe the moment. I would say, let's say like wholesome or loving. I never really got. I guess the feeling around me was like perfect. You know, I had like no pain. I felt like there was no pain, no suffering, nothing like that. I feel like I was just in a. I guess that's the only thing I felt like was perfect. I guess. Just the fact I feel like there was no, I wasn't afraid. Nobody, I'd be freaking out. But I felt like wherever I was, I belonged. You know, I didn't feel like an outcast or anything like that. I didn't feel like I took the wrong turn at Albuquerque or some shit. I feel like I was right where I needed to be. I guess that's why I felt. And
Barfing Toaster asks, what is your bullshit detector reading now?
it's reading concerned.
Why is that?
Because Heretical said his line of questioning was about the borderline rude, and I'm just concerned on why would someone need to go to questioning that would be rude if I'm just someone that simply has my beliefs and that's it. You know, I don't push my beliefs on people. I don't preach to people. I'm definitely not a Bible thumper in any sort of way.
No way.
I'm just concerned that
No way. Can I answer your question?
Oh yeah.
I like you. I've seen you up here multiple times. This is my first time ever really questioning you. And I am a little bit more, I can come off a little bit more harsher with my words sometimes. I'm not like Thrayle. I'm not like some of the other ones up here with a kind voice. I can get a little bit more direct and a little bit more harsh. And I don't want to do that because I like you. You're not a typical guest that comes up here that I'm not going to see again. So I don't want to make you feel that I'm just attacking or bombarding you and coming off as rude to you. I don't want to do that. That's why I relinquished my time and I do not want to continue with questioning. Maybe if you say something else as you're talking to Thrayle, maybe I'll pop up and ask a question of that. But if I continued my line of questioning, I could see it going to a spot where either you get upset and your feelings hurt, or I get a little bit too deep and then Thrayle stops me, and I don't want to do either of that.
I respect.
Earlier, you were talking about how mental health and relating it to like evil spirits. Do you see how that concept could be dangerous?
Yeah, if I was like a medical professional, 100%.
Well, even as somebody within a faith where there's variations like where people believe that like an evil spirit is a possession or has to be caused, that even like spreading the idea of that could be detrimental to people's like mental health recovery, or can be like not weaponized, but is the like crux of a huge amount of like exorcism abuse and a lot of other like medical neglect abuse within religious circles.
Well, this will probably surprise you, but I personally don't think religious action is the is what's needed to subdue those ailments, in my opinion. I feel like if people that deal with addiction and depression and you know, anxiety, I've been diagnosed clinically, you know, with clinical depression and acute anxiety and different things like that. I feel like, you know, I don't. Sure, like my faith has probably maybe helped with that, you know, but the biggest help was, you know, seeing a therapist, you know, maybe getting medication, you know, healthy reinforcement, learning healthy reinforcement habits and stuff like that. You know, me personally, but it's just as I got older, you know, it's just I was called, you know, bad things, just, you know, an evil thing. You know, those bad thoughts, they're evil thoughts, you know, because they put you in a bad place and then it's an evil place.
You're kind of wandering off from the question. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the question, like, do you understand how even like spreading that idea can be dangerous?
I mean, it's just my opinion, but it's also directed about me. I'm not saying about everyone else, you know. I'm not saying like, oh, I have depression, you have depression, you have
Do you
evil spirits.
understand that no matter who you direct that idea at, like if other people believe it, that it can cause them to do like incredible damage to themselves or others? Like when you relate things that are going wrong to people to like evil spirits and demons, like if somebody who is a believer also hears that and thinks, you know, they're right, but they think that the remedy is different.
I guess it'd be very important if I say things like that. I would say, if you're dealing with things like that, seek professional help. Like, get in touch with your you know, with your family, or say that you need help. You know, I'm a big advocate for mental health awareness, and I always say, you know, it's very important to you know,
So why do you, if you're a big advocate for um, mental health awareness, then why do you believe that evil has a like role to play in like depression or anxiety disorders?
Well, I'd say for me personally, again, everything I'm speaking on is me personally. Before I get a bad thing, there's always like, it's always like a voice in my head. You know, it's like, and I would let it take over. I would let it get to me. You know, like you ain't shit. You're not nothing. You're not worth shit. You know, different detrimental thoughts like that. And I feel like those thoughts come from a very dark place and from dark things, at least for me. And
Well, it is true that they definitely come from a dark place, but when you have like what's called like compulsive nagging thoughts, where you're having like a compulsion of like negative thoughts, whether it be telling you that like being degrading, like you're talking about, um, this is like a symptom that happens with several different like anxiety and depressive disorders. Is kind of like in the kind of like compulsion um, family, and it comes from an inability to regulate or filter like your internal dialogue of those negative thoughts, and like has a biological pathway for what is going wrong there. Not that we have like a pill that you can pop for it and fix it, but we do understand like a biological model of what is like going wrong there with your like conscious mind's inability to filter out like all of like the worst first drafts that your like subconscious mind is like taking out, instead of just like not remembering those and only bringing up like the relevant actual like true like statements of like your self-reflection that would be what would only come through that filter to the conscious level, like if you don't have one of these like um, if you don't have these compulsive thoughts. Does that make sense?
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I went to school for biomedical engineering, and one of the things that I specialize in is using math to model different aspects of processing and like how the human mind processes things. So like through that we can use like enlighten like things like what is creating like hallucination, like visual hallucinations, and recreate some of those systems. And basically, like when we rewire these different sections of the brain in a wrong way in a model, and we get one of these um, like effects that we see within mental health, it allows us to um, elucidate what is going on with the architecture of either the architecture of the brain or like the neurotransmitters going wrong in that part of the architecture of the brain. So there, are a lot of these things that it's really hard to get that kind of info about that kind of like to dig through the like medical jargon of like papers for stuff like this right now. It like has not really made it through to like pop sci knowledge about certain things like this. So um, yeah, it's not quite common knowledge yet, but there's a lot of these processes like um, hallucination fields, like the very common imagery that like people see between hallucinations, like comes from the fact that the way that our brain processes information is that we all have these same set of filters that we use to like build up images in our brain, and like that is why we are able to like have these shared hallucinations, because we share these visual filters in a way that our brain simplifies the information we're getting. So all this to say, our brain is crazy and can do all kinds of stuff, and it only needs to function just well enough for us to grow, develop, reproduce, and die. And so there's a lot of the brain working just well enough to get by, because that's all it needs to do. And so we can have like a lot of these just like weird things going wrong that as long as they don't take it out, like they get passed on.
Oh yeah. You feel to study explain deja vu? Because that's something that's always blown my mind about the human brain is where does deja vu come from?
It's kind of just like a euphoric experience from pattern recognition. That's not any like formal knowledge, but that's like my um that would be my guesstimation, is that like it's kind of the same thing that you see like with like early psychologists like Jung, that were getting into synchronicity, and then they like went real woo with it, and even their research partners in the field like didn't agree with the woo side of their stuff. But what kind of came out of that is realizing that there is like um, a reward center for pattern recognition, and um, so like, and the reason why your brain does that is because pattern recognition is so important to survival. So like recognizing that you've been in a situation that is incredibly similar to something you've been in before, um, it would be incredibly important if you were like in like a hyper specific survival situation where you're like fighting a lion and it's about to jump out of a tree from like behind you top left at 11 degrees, and like that has only happened to you once before. Being able to have that ability to like go back and bring up that memory so visual or like so vividly so fast, and having that experience and like getting a um having like a reward sensation or like euphoric sensation for doing that, like evolutionarily makes sense to be able to like draw on like hyper specific situations that are very similar, so that you can like lace those experiences together to draw on them. And then sometimes that system might just be going haywire and giving you a feeling of deja vu when you haven't actually had that experience before.
Mm. Interesting. See, I'm always learning something up here.
And a lot of like with deja vu, it's really hard to do like a study on that because it's like you would have to confirm that like deja vu is not basically just like a micro hallucination. Like you would have to have a recording of like the first time you like actually had that event and like the second time you actually had that event and and it might, yeah, so there's that one's like really hard to confirm
Yeah,
in like a controlled study double blind experiment
yeah, it's almost
situation.
impossible, right?
Well, you would have to like follow people around forever until they had deja vu and then see if that actually tracked to like an event earlier in their life or not.
That sounds like it would have to be some like day one trial, like you wouldn't know that you're in the trial type of thing.
Truman Show, the deja vu study.
Is that a deja vu study? Is that what that based off of?
No, that was just saying like
Oh,
that
it'd
would
be
be
like that, like where it's like you're
yeah,
giving
it'd be like
birth.
in the Truman Show.
Yeah. God, dude, that movie still fucks me up to this day.
Is that why we have so many flat earthers?
I have that feeling too, man. But as I've talked to flat earthers, I feel like most of it's just anti-Semitism.
That too. That too. They're just getting a lot bolder.
$72,000 likes, Thrayle. That's pretty hefty.
Yes. Yeah, it's a lot. It's pretty awesome. And I gotta thank everybody for, tapping up 72,000 times. I think we could do better, but, there's every chance we could break 100K before my poem is ready to read. But then again, I'm awfully tired. Let's see how quickly I get this poem ready. But also, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and they're curious or courageous enough to question that belief, make sure you go ahead and request up.
Another interesting modeling studies I've been looking into lately, altruism is like a evolutionary driver for specialization and having like complex social societies. Um, and like the way that you can kind of like simulate these things is what's called like blob simulations, where you basically like create a um, field of simulated blobs, and then you give them different characteristics. Like you give certain populations, you make them steal from others, and certain other ones you make them share, and then you run these simulations for generations and generations of these creatures. And what you see is that like um, the people that are willing to like um, pillage and steal like have a short term benefit, but long term evolutionarily they have a bottleneck in their genetics, and then they just have a plummet in their population after a while.
And where did you find this study?
There are a lot of different studies that do blob simulations, but there's also a YouTube channel that does a lot of cool visualizations of it. Here, let me find that again.
I'm gonna need that link.
They visualize some of the studies to
When you
make
get
it a
a
lot
chance,
more digestible.
when you get a chance, you can send me that. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, that sounds like
I gotcha.
very good YouTube food right there. Sounds like lunch break material for me. Yeah, send me that link. And speaking of links, if you go to Batcolyte or Thrayle's page, you hit that first link. Go to that link tree, hit up the Discord, and make sure you follow the rules, because if you don't, it's gonna get pretty lonely. And if you're vibing with what we do up here, you want to rep that Batcolyte life, just go to that second link and check out what's in there too. It's pretty
Hell yeah.
Let's see what that's all about.
And also come back to that second link multiple times, because there's always things being added.
Oh yeah, we got some things cooking, possibly roasting too. Y'all think about it.
Fucking mask. God damn it. Mask has a new obsession with changing their profile picture to a image that I made of a skeleton uwu girl.
Yeah, Mask, I'm off to ask you to cut that shit out.
Oh, the song's tried to play more than once. We're gonna let it play this time. Make sure y'all tap the screen, share the live, and if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, make sure you request up.
Every time woke up this morning, felt something strange. Mirror said you, but I don't feel the same. Coffee got cold while I stared at my hands, trying to understand what I don't understand. Heart be talking, but it don't use words. Mind keeps running like a restless bird. Got all this fire, but I can't see the flame. Who's in the driver if we share the same name? Is it breath? Is it light? Is it something in the night? Is it love when it hits you just right? What the fuck is a soul? Is it mine? Is it whole? Is it something I can lose or control? Is it deep in my chest? Is it just a good guess or the rhythm that won't let me rest? What the fuck is a soul? Tell me nice, tell me slow. Is it me or just a story I'm told? Saw a man cry on a downtown train. Said he lost love, but he felt her remain. Said I can't see her, but she's still here. Now tell me what you call that, dear. Grandma's voice in an old cassette, laughing like she never left just yet. If we just bodies explain that sound, why she's still living when she ain't around. Is it pain? Is it grace? Is it time we can't replace? Is it written somewhere we can't trace? What the fuck is a soul? Is it fire in the cold? Is it something that don't do what it's told? Is it truth in disguise? Is it tears in your eyes or the thing that survives when you die? What the fuck is a soul? Come on, loosen control. Let it move, let it groove, let it roll. Maybe it ain't something you define. Maybe it's the space between the lines. Maybe it's the way you feel alive when nothing else makes sense, but you still vibe. Yeah. Don't overthink. Just feel it right there. Yeah. What the fuck is a soul? It's the swing, it's the gold in the cracks where the broken still glow. It's the laugh, it's the ache, it's the risk that you take, it's the love that you give and you make. What the fuck is a soul? Baby, nobody knows, but it dances. Yeah, it dances and it grows. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough.
He had to go there. Ketchup asks what is energy.
there's an answer for that. I think of energy. I think of bars. You know?
I think of kilogram times meter squared over second squared. But I have problems.
Like, no, that track had me moving.
It's a good one. Good morning, Claire, and good morning to anybody else who is just joining us. If you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, make sure you request up. If we go much longer, I'm gonna make sure that there's a poem ready.
And thank you for letting me put the screws to you once again, though I had questioned you earlier.
For sure, man, for sure.
How much longer do we do this until I read a poem? Oh shit. Hell yeah. W. Cassie. I'll do this out loud. Knowing. You still with us?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were to discover that Jesus, God, and the afterlife were all fictional, what would that do to you as a person? Would that change how you live your life?
I guess I'd be having different things to question. Because my beliefs are always been, we all come from somewhere, so it's not, if that doesn't come from that, then it's going to be something else.
Why do you believe we all come from somewhere?
I just feel like we're so unique, and people bring so many cool things to the table, so many wild, at the same time, so many wild things to the table. I just feel like, as much as it could be said, I don't think that our development of conscious is all just from a random situation. I feel like I feel like there's something bigger afoot, and I feel like there's more to us than just living and working and dying. I feel like there's there's more of a purpose to that. I feel like we all have a purpose, but
Do you feel there's more of a purpose, or do you just want there to be more of a purpose?
I feel like there is. I generally feel like there is. Like, I don't know it.
Uh-oh. We just got a static image warning, so I guess what we're gonna have to do is end up ending sooner. But go ahead and answer that.
Sorry. I was going to go ahead and say I can't think of like. Gosh, just I feel like we all have a purpose for something, because it's like because of all the wild things that we do as human beings. It's like, dude, we got people.
What does purpose mean?
A goal.
Just any old goal.
I say like a goal or a calling or a passion, something like that, or a duty. Maybe that. Pause. And so we're big and so we're small. Like we have people that like man, we got people that jump out of outer space. Like base jump from space back to planet Earth, and it's like, what? Why would you do that? I was just called to do it, man. All right.
You might have received a reprieve.
Man, who are you calling weak, Batman? I want to read the comments.
He's calling you, not you. Those that are trying to end the life. The ones that report for ridiculous things. I don't think that means you, Noy.
Wait, did we get restricted?
Mm-hmm. Well, not yet, but it's going to.
Oh, okay.
It's threatening. They are threatening me. So I've got a poem that I'm starting to proofread, and it's, it's there. It's the thing, and I was gonna proofread it first. So I just need to do that, and then probably end the live.
It's really terrible that there's no believers to come up and be questioned.
No, and it's been an hour or two. Except, I mean, noise purpose is something to question. Do you think you would find purpose absent God?
To be fair, I didn't really care about purpose until I started learning about God. So I don't know.
And so you think you would just revert back?
I already thought on it that much.
Yeah. I mean, unless somebody with a belief believes that they can believably question that belief, I'm happy to catch a nap. I feel like I've been fighting a shortage of sleep all night.
Then maybe it's time to do that.
Yeah. Mask, I imagine you'll find him in other lives, where they let him up on panel more often. I'm generally only interested in knowing if he still has his dangerous conspiracy theories. I really don't want to end the live this early. I'm going to, but I don't want to. Right, Mika? Maybe the next time we talk to him, he'll have at least discarded the ones that are obviously disprovable.
We're calling Power Rangers now?
I don't know why we're calling Power Rangers, but we generally were just calling believers, and We're not calling them, they're calling us. But you know. He
I think.
was. Go ahead.
I said I think it'd be pretty cool if there was a believer hotline you could call and just get one in.
That would be cool. I don't know if that's how that works, but I do know that I have a poem ready. I don't even know if everybody's here, but you know. Can't get it right every night. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, get some sleep, bud.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. Get some extra sleep.
And that doesn't mean go hang out for 6 hours in a Discord. That means go the fuck to bed.
That's where I'll be. Thank you for letting everyone know where to find me. Appreciate you, Heretical. Appreciate you, Noe. Thank you for subjecting yourself to the questions. Appreciate you, Blake. Big W's to all of you. Thank you guys so much for showing up and having your questions ready. If only we had believers that had been willing to question their beliefs, because I know I didn't see very many. We had maybe 2 online that were willing to question. Yeah, Toaster, I think it's definitely time for sleep. You ever have one of those nights where you're just ready for sleep? And from the moment you woke up, that's how it was today. I woke up ready to go back to bed. I think that's where I'm about to go. Before I do, though, let me make sure I thank you, every one of you, for being here, for tapping this screen, for sharing the live. But thank you mostly for just showing up. Whether you did all those engaging things or you came in and just fell asleep, I really appreciate all of you so much. Thank you for being the best audience on TikTok. It really means a lot that you come in here night after night, just being amazing. So thank you all. I really appreciate you. And of course, big W's for the mods. Couldn't do this without you. Wouldn't have this space to have such a lovely, incredible audience. So thank you guys so much for being the best mods and providing all the things you do to make this a comfortable space for the best audience on TikTok. Really appreciate all of you. And thank you to Brenna Green, Might Be Ketchup, Cassia the Sea, and Cat the Witch. Thank you so much for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. Really appreciate all of you. Here, we'll end it on a silly one. Not sure why we do the W's for things, but I have unlimited, so that's cool, right? It's for all the winning. good thing that you have unlimited, because I think the best audience on TikTok definitely deserves the most. Thank you, guys. And if you want to join the community and see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, well, you can always join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or that Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank everyone who helps that way. It does make all the difference in the world. And of course, there is that new link in the link tree. If you want to see what all we've been talking about, you can go check out that second link in the link tree, or just go to your browser and type in batcolyte.com. It's always growing, and you never know what new things you'll find there. I think on that note, there really is only one thing left. You keep a version of yourself that never has to change. It lives just behind your answers, nods at everything you say, agrees before the thought is finished. It's efficient. It trims the hesitation, cuts the questions short, files everything unknown under already solved. Feels like control until you notice you haven't discovered anything in a long time. Only confirmed. Only repeated. Only returned to the same safe conclusions, wearing slightly different words. There's a cost to that. loud, not immediate, but cumulative, like a door that gets harder to open every time you choose not to. Until one day, the handle doesn't turn, and you call that certainty. But it isn't. It's just disuse, mistaken for truth. Because real understanding doesn't settle. It shifts. It contradicts itself. It invites things in that don't match the furniture. It ruins the layout. And that's the part most people avoid. Not the wrongness, but the rearranging. The effort of letting something new displace the old, without knowing if what replaces it will be better. So they stay full of things they've outgrown, not because they're true, but because they're familiar. And familiarity is dangerously convincing. It feels like recognition. It feels like home. But so does a cage if you've never left it. So here's the question, not the loud one, not the easy one, the quiet, invasive one that doesn't need permission. What have you kept simply because you stopped checking if it still holds? Don't answer fast. That version of you is waiting to let it sit long enough to feel the difference between what you know and what you've just never released. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.